Okay, so let's start. What I've done is, this is where we left the code, right? The implementation. I just kept this open. I have also started the server. And how do we start the server? Here is npm start command. Am I right? So server is running, and here in the Visual Studio, my backend API is also running. Swagger UI confirms that my API is running, and here is the React app, which is showing us the data in the tabular format with fetch departments component, right? This is something which was working. Create new department, not showing anything. And if I go to edit department, that also doesn't show me anything. Delete was working, and with the help of which the fifth record I was able to delete. Right. So that is where the add department component is supposed to be implemented, which takes care of create new activity and edit activity both. So whether I click on create new or edit, though the route looks to be different, in both cases we are looking to go to the same component, that is add department. Two different routes we have created and mapped to the same component. Where do we see that? So if we go to app.js, this is where we see add department route is mapped to add department. Edit department with route parameter department number also is mapped to add department only, right? Right. So implementing this one add department should be enough. Here I go to add department. Some development we started.
Saket,
Yes.
Saket, can you increase the font size a bit?
Yeah, sure. Is this good? Okay.
Yes,
This is
Saket.
good.
Yep.
Okay, so we started with the initial implementation where we had put the import statement. We created the model class department with the three properties representing the actual data coming from the server. Department number, department name, location with their initial values via constructor, and then the component itself at department, within which we added the constructor that was getting chained to the base class constructor. That is where we ended the day with, right? So now we are going to see the implementation here onwards. The first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create the state for this component so that it can hold data and allow the data binding to take place. So how do we create the state? We have the state property provided by the component class, which can be used directly here. And it can be assigned to any JSON object. Whatever the JSON object structure you create here is basically the state of your component. So here I say there is one JSON property named as title, initially blank, comma, there is next property called as department, which will hold one department object, which is department to start with. I say there is another property called as loading of type boolean. Initially, it has been set to true. This is just like the loading property we used yesterday in fetch departments component. Do you get that?
A second.
Next, I say call an helper function called as init for initializing the component. The name is Init Component to make it more readable. The method is not built in. This is a helper method that we will be writing shortly. So this is a dependency. Then I'm looking to have two buttons here, one for save operation, one for cancel operation. So I need to have two event handlers also, one for save, one for cancel. I say the event is handle save, which is going to be bound to one method in the current class by the name handle save. And for event binding, I say bind to the current object or via the current object. Basically, this is where I say this is the object sender, means the object which has been responsible for raising the event. There is another event which is also bound to a method called as handle cancel in the current class, which is bound to the event, and the current object is responsible for raising it. So there are three dependencies now. Can you tell me what three dependencies we have? One is the init component method, one is handle save, and one is handle cancel. Am I right? Let's create init component first of all. I want this to be an asynchronous method. Init component is the body. All detect the department number from the route parameter. So I say where department number. Route parameter will be in route. Route is within the props, the history. I say props. Directly I have a method over here, object over here called as match, and which ultimately has got a property called as params, which represents all the parameters from the route as a collection, as a dictionary collection. Meter named as department number. Based on two things. One, the route which I've created here. Second, in fetch departments, when I'm saying edit, here I'm passing department number. Understood? This is the department number which I'm looking to retrieve over here. Now, again, if you see the route, add department is not having this parameter. Edit department is having this parameter. Both of the routes are mapped to the same component. So the presence of this department number parameter will say I've actually asked for edit department. Absence of department number would say I've asked for add department, right? The route mapping otherwise will not be possible at all. If add department / department number is given, it won't be mapped to this because it doesn't match with the route definition. Similarly, edit department without department number will not match. Understand? Hence, once I retrieve this, it may be either having the value or it may be null. So directly I put a check if department number is greater than 0, which will be possible if and only if the department number parameter actually is present. If it is not present, it might be undefined. Undefined is not going to be greater than 0 at all. So condition is going to fail directly. So if it is greater than 0, that means the request is for edit. So I say const. What I'm supposed to do in case of edit, based on this department number, I need to call the get method. Which get method? It's this get, which asks for ID parameter, which returns me one record of department, and the data returned is what I need to use and bind to my UI. So for that, I say const response equals await fetch. Again, the fetch request will be there, followed by the API URI. API URI I'll copy once again from here. In fact, department number also is needed. So I copy till here and paste it here. Let me put this on readability. URI departments API slash plus department number, because the get method requires the department number being passed as ID parameter, right? What next? I need to convert this data to JSON. How do we do that? We saw it yesterday. Const data equals to wait response dot directly we have a method JSON, and then we can say this dot set state dot three things: title, department, and loading. Maybe easy way is I copy this first. Title I want to change to edit. Department is not going to be new department, rather it is going to be the data which has been received. So I say department colon data, and loading has finished, so I say this is false. But if it is undefined or less than equal to 0, that means the request is for add department. So here goes the else block. The state is not initialized here. So first time the state initialization has to be done with this dot directly. Again here, I paste the state information. Title is going to be create in this case. Department will be new department. Loading will be false, as I'm not loading anymore. Right? This is just to show the information. Let's save this, and maybe for now we can just comment these two lines. As the methods are not there, the compilation will fail. So now there is no compilation failure. I go here to the browser, just do a defensive refresh over here in case if refresh has not happened already. I just click on create new department. Okay, the UI is still not there. That's fine. That means the edit also is not going to do anything. So first of all, here we are going to take care of the rendering part. Then we will implement handle cancel and handle save one by one respectively. So let's go and put the render method in place. So once the init component is finished, create your render method. Sure. It again starts with something like what we did yesterday. I declare a variable contents, which will be based on the ternary operator. Again, that is based on the condition whether the state.loading property is true or false. If it is true, I want to return a paragraph, emphasize text that shows loading. If loading is false, I want to call an helper method called as render form. Not the built-in one. I said helper method. We'll be writing this shortly. What my point? Here was the return statement. Parenthesis, push this, and prepare the HTML that will be returned. So there is a div h1. Within h1, I want to show this dot state dot title. So whether it is create or edit, I want to show that, and followed by the static text department. Edit department or create department is the text that I want to get displayed. I have a horizontal rule. It should be there within div. After horizontal rule, I want the contents which we have set over here. Okay. Okay. Now, as of now, let's forget about these two. The only dependency is the method called as render form. Am I right?
Is it fine?
Let's create the method render form. So just after render method is finished, I say there is a method render form. What it has is a return statement. What it returns is a form, HTML form. Within which if a bootstrap class form and along with row. Complete the tag, so slash div is also there. In this, I have label, which also uses the bootstrap class named as control level. along with for what purpose I am creating this. I mean, for which field. So I say HTML for, it's going to be created for the field department number. Complete the tag and put department number in between. If you want, you can give full department number text also. Next, another div which has got its own class dash md dash 4. This div has got input type equals to number, uses a class named as form control. Name is department number. Default value is curly brace this dot state dot department number. If the edit request has been placed, basically the department number value for the existing department will be displayed here. Do you get it? Then after this main div, put another div, complete the tag, and in between put non-breaking space, ampersand NBSP semicolon. Then copy these two divs and paste it here just before /form. So it all starts from here. Div class form group row, that's fine. Label class name control label call MD4, that's fine. HTML for is going to change to be dname. If you want, you can put full department name as the text. Then div class call MD4 is fine. Input type will change to text. Class name form control is fine. Name will change to dname. Default value will change to this dot state dot department dot dname. So I hope this is clear. This is now pretty straightforward, isn't it? Copy these two divs and paste before /form. So the first change comes here. This should be location. Second change is here. The text should be location. Input type text, class name form control. Name is location. Default value is this dot state dot department dot location. So simply the changes which I have done in this case are I replaced all dnames with locations. Am I right? Yes. Next, to this div, create another div. We need to create some buttons. This also has got a bootstrap class. Form group. Within this, I have with class name called dash md dash one. This is empty div. I have a button element to submit. Uses a bootstrap class btn dash success or dash md dash 3 button tag and put the text as save in between. Class name to empty div followed by I have button once again uses class btn dash danger or dash md dash 3 on play. Okay, this will put later as the event handlers are not yet created. So I'll just say and put the text cancel in between. Another with class dash md dash 2 and it's an empty div again. So first let me show you the compiler is not having any issue. It says it's compiled successfully. I go to the UI, click on create new department. This is what I'm getting. Cancel won't work, save won't work. Buttons have not been coded. Edit shows me the existing data. See the titles. For edit, I'm getting edit departments. For create, I'm getting create department. Form is the same. Behavior is different depending on which button I have clicked to access that component. Isn't it interesting? Yes. So I give you 2 minutes. Just finish this.
Hey, Sakit. Uh,
Yes.
so I tried to copy that file for this project,
Mhm.
but when I'm using this create hyphen react app dot react demo department API client, it's not working. It's saying that it's not a recognized command.
Yes. So you have to install the Create React app, Yogeshwar.
So okay,
So just open command line
yeah,
and use the npm command, npm space
and
I
I.
space hyphen G for global installation if supported,
Mm-hmm.
space create hyphen react hyphen app.
Hyphen app. Okay.
Press enter. So this will install the command create react app,
Okay.
popularly which is called as CRA.
CRE. Okay, I'm just trying to create a folder.
Yeah. So once this is installed, you will be able to use create React app command to create the new projects.
Okay, now it is saying that cannot create project name because naming restriction. Name cannot be no
Yes.
longer
So for
contained.
React applications, the name of the project has to use all small alphabets.
Okay.
If you use any capitalized alphabet, it won't work. Understood?
Yep.
Okay, so guys, is this finished? The form is completed. Whether it is working or not, you have to check in the browser. Create new should show this, and edit should show the existing data for whichever record you clicked on edit.
Saket, can you share the first part, add the code in the code snippet in chat?
Okay, so you want the HTML part or the complete render form?
The complete add.js.file, can you put it in the code?
Sure. So just make the changes whatever applicable to you, because your naming conventions, if are not same, it may not work, right? And the
Yeah,
API URL also,
yeah, sure,
right?
Saket. Yeah.
Just check. Right, so if you look at the overall implementation, it's very straightforward. In particular, the render form is just plain HTML thing only. We created the form there, right? Only React portion which is coming here is wherever we are setting the default value. Except that it's pure HTML stuff. Correct? Now what is the dependency? Dependency is here. When I click save, the record should be saved. When I click cancel, I should go back to fetch departments. Similarly, after clicking on edit, if I make any changes and click save, it should update. If I say cancel, by discarding the changes, it should go back to fetch departments. So those two features for save and cancel are pending. Am I right? So let's add that. So just before the render method, here I'll say create the method handle cancel. Takes in a parameter e as an event argument. You can say I want the button's default event to be cancelled. So immediately the first thing I do is I call e dot prevent default. Button's own default behavior will be cancelled. And what code I am writing, only that will work. With cancel, I wanted to go back to fetch departments component. So here I say this dot props dot where dash fetch dash departments route. I can also say just slash. That is also mapped to fetch departments only. I want to be very precise and I want to make the code also readable. Save this, uncomment this line, this dot handle cancel, as handle cancel now exists. Scroll down to the cancel button. Here we'll say on click equal to dot handle cancel. Is it clear? On click this dot handle cancel. This is doable because now handle cancel method exists. And the event binding also we have enabled. Save. On command line check there is no compilation error. And then go to the browser. Click create new. Click cancel. We are coming back. Click edit. Optionally make change and say cancel. Anyhow, that is going to be rejected, the change. It doesn't remember it either. And see how fast the navigation is happening because it's all local navigation. Do you understand?
Saket,
Yes.
Saket, we have a conflict in reserving the room. We'll be shifting the room. Like, can you give us 10 minutes or so?
Come again. Your voice was low.
Yeah, we are in training room right now. We need to shift room to other room because there's a conflict.
Okay, so no problem, no problem. What we'll do is let's take a 20 minutes break over here so that you can do your adjustments as well. And then we will see the save button. Okay?
Yeah, sure, Saket.
Make sense?
Yeah. Thanks, Saket.
Yeah. So it's 10:50. We will meet at 11:10. Make it 11:15. Okay?
Yep, sure, Saket. Yep, sure. Thank you.
Hey Saket, Yogeshwar here.
Yes, Yogeshwar.
Just give me the running command for this. It is npm run build for this.
You can just say npm start.
npm start.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm checking that. Yeah, it's saying that React demo call start and script is start. Now I can okay.
Worked, right?
Yeah, localhost 3000 port is open in the
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. So I'll
Yeah,
meet
we are
back again at 11:15.
okay. I need more help, Saket. Maybe
No
we'll
worries, no
discuss.
worries. Once we are done with the things, we'll
Mhm.
connect again and I'll guide you. Don't worry.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Saket, Kshitija is waiting outside the meeting. Can you please let her in?
Okay, I guess we should start. So shall we proceed?
Yes, Saket.
So till here, I believe the implementation has been done, and you have checked that like this cancel button should be working now, right? The only dependency now is the save button, which should handle both create, which calls the post request, and edit, which results in put request being called, right? So let's see how we go for it. Just after handle cancel, we are going to put
Saket,
yes.
seems like the buttons are not working for me.
Okay. Only cancel button we need to check.
No, actually,
Or
create
any of the button is not working.
Yeah, all those buttons are not working. Not even a single button is working actually.
Okay, so can you share your screen, Sai?
Yep.
In fetch departments also the edit delete were not working, is it?
Yeah. If you see, it's not even showing me the button click icon. It's nothing.
Just refresh once.
Yeah, it did. Nope. And there seems to be no errors here as well. Wait a minute.
There is compilation error.
Failed. Callback cannot.
Add departments is not exported from. Yeah, there is a typo mistake. Just go to app.js.
Yes, I think.
Yes, right. I got it.
Just check.
This is add department. Add department. Add departments.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Compile. Cancel. Okay, that is fine. Go back. Delete.
Okay. Edit is not coming. Delete is working fine, I said, actually. Yeah. If I say yes, it's
okay.
Edit and
Okay,
delete.
so just go to the add department.js.
Yep.
Okay, go to fetch departments.
Fetch departments.
Department is the link you have created. Links I want to see. Just show me wherever all the links are there.
Link. Okay. Like we added a button for this thing, right? For edit handle.
That is okay. That is okay. I just want to see whether the links are created properly. Scroll up. Wait. So add dash department. Okay. Scroll up. Where is the edit department link? It should be at the bottom in render departments table. It's a normal button, edit department, right?
Yes.
Edit dash department. Okay. Go to app.js. Yeah, so line number 18, it's not edit departments, it is edit department. See if the compilation goes successfully. You save the changes, right?
Yes. Yep. Seems to be working.
It won't work because save is not implemented yet, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll share my screen.
Yep.
Okay, so here, just after handle cancel, we are looking to have handle save also. And before that, in constructor, locate this line which was commented, uncomment it. And once uncommented, scroll down and just before render and after handle cancel, create the method handle save. Which also takes the parameter E for event argument. Here also the first thing that I'll do is E dot prevent default so that the submit behavior will be suppressed. Named as form is equal to new form data to be carried by E. So I can say E dot target. Then say create the instance of model class where department equals to new department. Department dot department number equals to form dot get department number. Department dot dname equal to form dot get dname. Department dot location equal to form dot location. Object is initialized. Then once again we need to check if the request was for create or edit. Condition is going to be same, but for that we need now the state department object department number value to be checked of route parameter. So here I say if this dot state dot department number, I mean it's a put request. If it doesn't exist, supposed to be a post request. Here goes where else fetch what to fetch. Again we want to fetch from the API and it's a put request. So here the request will be like this only. Right? So let's put this. Department number as a variable I don't have. So where do I get that? I can get it from state dot department number. It's a I say method. In fact, it should go in a JSON object. So curly braces, colon, body, colon, dot, stringify, department, comma, put this on next. Headers. This also I'll get it on next line. Remember, for put and post request, we require content type to be set. That is another JSON object, so another pair of curly braces. There could be multiple headers. Content type. Application/JSON. Be careful and balance all the curly braces here. And parentheses. I want to say this dot props dot history push fetch. In fact, we are not doing anything with response, so it's okay if we don't capture the response as well. Copy this, fetch to here and paste it in else block. What changes there is no route parameter, so there is no slash, there is no plus state.department number, not required. Directly comma followed by the JSON object method post body JSON.stringify department headers content type application JSON, and once successful, I want to go to fetch departments. As this is common, this can be put up outside the if else also. There is no problem with that. That usually comes under final optimization of the code. Save. Make sure you are done with this. All curly braces parentheses are matched, balanced. The good part is the color coding is there, which helps us find out the balancing pretty easily.
Market.
Yes.
Form.get tag we are giving, right? A department number, department name, and location.
Yes.
Those things, where are we getting from? Like, where is this identifier?
This identifier you mean, right?
Yeah, and I just want to know if I'm having the same as you
So
are.
go to render form. Here you have given the input types with a name.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thanks, Sakit.
So name is what you are referring there. And this department number, dname, location comes from your model class. Understand?
Yep, got it.
So if this is done, save this and see if all gets compiled properly without any error. And then go to the browser. Do a refresh once from your side. Probably start with fetch departments, that's better. I first want to create a new department. 50. Let's say it is named as sales, location Pune, save. Okay, there is some part missing. Can you tell me what is missing? Code is done. There might be some configuration which we are yet to do. We are not handling the form submit event, right? Form submit not handled, and even if you see submit button on click is also not handled. Am I right? I will be more interested in handling form submit. So let's come to this form tag and say equals curly brace this dot save. Save this, make sure it gets compiled once again. Go to the browser, refresh, create. Save. Done. I want to edit this. Name changes to sales and marketing. Location, I want to be set to Hyderabad. Save. Done. I want to delete this. Here comes confirmation. Okay. Done. It's quite real time, isn't it? And at no point in time we feel that there is some server interaction which is going on. My UI stays intact on the screen. The user engagement is always there. Don't you think this is good behavior? So just unmute yourself, everyone. A small discussion I would like to have. Once again, the same question.
Yes, sir.
When should I go for Angular? When should I go for React? In simple terms, you can tell me.
Like React is like for mostly component based where we don't want users to see empty pages or loading pages.
Yes.
Component. And Angular maybe will go when we have forms or something like that, like too many forms of handling data.
Not too many forms. Forms with too many dependencies, which requires a lot of client-side business logic also to be executing. Interdependency is there, and it's complex interdependency, not straightforward one. So managing those interdependencies with React components will complicate the project, right?
Yeah.
Because with React, your UI and your code is mixed in one place. Your component is everything. Am I right?
Yep.
Where Angular goes with clear separation of concerns. You have controller logic in component, and services help you to basically communicate with other components or maybe the server side. Then You have the view component, the HTML templates basically, CSS is separate, right? Total separation of concern with MV star architecture being used. So if there is a complex dependency between components and there is too much of client-side logic that needs to be processed, React may not be suitable. Angular suits the best in such cases, right? So if I talk about creating a simple web-based version of this VS Code, can you tell me what would you suggest? Angular or React?
Angular. Angular, sir.
Why Angular? Complex functionality and complex interdependency, right? There are too many windows.
Yep.
These will be different panels in web interface, right? They don't have one-on-one dependency. They have interdependencies. This editor or this particular window or panel may have dependency on this also, the other tabs also, right? How do I manage effectively? Again, what I write over here to process that, I might have lots of code which uses the language compilers as well, right? So I might be looking for some backend processing also. Don't you think the services can help me the best in that?
Yes.
React may not be suitable for this. But if I ask you to create a simple notepad application on web, what do you think? What will be best?
React.
React will be more straightforward, right? Now let's talk about Microsoft Dynamics platform. If you have worked on it, tell me React is better or Angular is better for Dynamics platform. Dynamics is very focused thing, right? Form for one specific thing, reports for some data, for which probably some backend API is already giving you the combined data. In such cases, where the client side processing is less, client side is responsible only to consume the backend APIs, React seems to be the best. And that is why Microsoft is using React for Microsoft Dynamics. Understood?
Yes, sir.
If you have worked with Azure portal, what do you think? What they must have used?
React.
Because it's straightforward stuff there, right? Again, not too much of interdependency. One-on-one dependencies are there. So React is better. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So this is how, again, there is no hard and fast rule for this. It comes with experience. There are some applications after working on which you will realize that, okay, whether Angular is better or React is better. Right?
Yeah.
If you don't have much experience on both, maybe your seniors can help you out. If you use this in this application, this will be the better option, right?
Yes, sir.
So I hope this is understood, correct? What if
Yes.
the requirement comes that is overlapping? There are few things which I feel could be easily doable in React, but my base application is an Angular based, because maybe 60–70% of the implementation is based on complex interdependencies. So I thought Angular would be the right choice. But then at the same time, there is some 30-40% of implementation which I strongly feel is easily doable with React. What will I do? Will I create two applications? That won't look nice, right? Application has to be one only. Yes or no?
Yes, second.
So, do you sense that there is a need where we might be looking for a combination of Angular and React together?
Yes.
Yep.
Now, who will host whom? Angular will host React or React will host Angular? What is the right way? Reason? Angular is a framework, whereas React is a library. Plugging in the library in a framework is easier than hosting a framework in a library, right?
Yes.
So most likely whenever you see the combination, your project is going to be mainly the Angular project, within which you will be adding your React dependencies, and then which will allow you to have the React components created in Angular application and proceed. Make sense?
Yes, second. Saket, by the way, can you show me the, can you, I mean, where did you activate the, this dot handle cancel? Can you show me that?
Yes, so it is on the cancel button itself.
On click function, right? Yeah.
Yes. Right, so I give you 5 minutes, just finalize this application, see it is working properly, and just give a thought. If you're done, just give a thought, like what are the situations or the use cases where I would need to think about the combination usage of Angular and React. And is it limited to combination of Angular and React only, or other JavaScript frameworks and libraries also? I give you 5 minutes.
Saket,
Yes,
I'm sharing my screen. There's a small issue.
Sure.
Can you please look at it?
sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is it visible, Saket?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So coming to the forms, I've added this on click handle cancel here.
Okay,
On submit handle save.
okay,
I have both, this handle save function here and the handle cancel function here as well.
okay. Just
Uh,
scroll little up.
Yeah.
Go up. Go up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so the activations, bindings are also there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Share this.
No compiler error also, I guess.
Yep.
It says response is already defined, I guess. That could be the conflicting thing, but let's see.
Yeah, let's say create new. 6. Save. It's redirected, but it's not showing here.
Not showing. Okay.
That's one thing. Let me
Do an
refresh.
edit.
Now let's say I'm going to this one instead of HRD, I'll put HRD or something.
Even that's not working. Okay. Can you go to the developer console once?
Yep.
In browser? Click on that error icon. Port closed before the response was received. Okay. Can't perform a React state update on an unmounted component. Okay. Failed to load resource. The server responded with status of
415.
okay. Okay. Can I see your handle save?
Yeah.
E.prevent default, then form is new form data. E.target department object getting created. Form names are properly used, right?
Yes. This is capital D, capital N, capital D, capital N, all small d name, all small d
Yes.
name, and location with capital L. Location
Fine.
with capital L. And
Okay.
these things, they're auto generated actually, if you see.
Yes,
same
yes,
thing,
yes,
same thing.
yes.
So that's that.
If this dot state dot department number, we are saying fetch departments API plus this dot state dot department number. Method is port, body is JSON stringified department, headers, content type, application JSON. Spelling mistake, yeah. Remove var response from
Just
line
one?
44. Yes, 44 and 54 both.
Just fetch, right?
Just fetch. Anyhow, we are not using that
Yeah, we're not
response
getting a response.
anywhere. Yes. Save. Should have compiled. That's fine. Just refresh your browser once.
It didn't come.
Okay.
Okay, edit worked.
Edit worked. Only the save is not working. Can you say refresh once? Okay. Click on create new department and keep the developer console on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Save.
It says error aborted 405 with a department /0 department API /0.
And it's a post request only, right?
Yeah, it's a post request.
Okay. Again, go back to handle save. I want to see the else part. Yeah. So line 51, remove plus this dot state dot department. Correct. Route was incorrect. Save. Refresh. Create. Okay. It was compiling. Work. Edit that department itself.
Sorry?
Edit that same department.
Yeah, worked.
Okay, so the route was not properly used. That's why the error was there.
Yeah.
Understood?
Yes, Saket.
So I hope everyone is able to complete this exercise, this demo. It's working for all.
Yep.
So there was a question asked. Any thought on that? So what was the question? The different use cases for the combined use of Angular and React, right? Any thoughts? See, one thing you must be aware of that almost every day there is some new JavaScript library or framework popping up. Yes or no? Every few days we hear about a new framework in last 5-6 years. Yes or no? All started with jQuery, jQuery being the first library, and since then there is no stop. The most recent one is Vue.js. But again, some of these names get very, very popular. Some of the names just surface and go somewhere. Maybe they don't get utilized at all, or people don't like them, or people find them not very usable in their requirements. But again, the development doesn't stop there. Even the rejected libraries and frameworks also get some kind of reworking done with their implementers. Maybe with the same name or with some new name, they come again. And this is a ever going activity. Do you agree?
Yes, Saket.
It's actually overwhelming with so many choices, but at the same time, we find it difficult to choose the right library or the framework or the combination for us. But then there is another question that comes in. Do we have to settle with just one of the option? Probably that may not be the right choice. We probably need to think of an hybrid usage, because sometimes the frameworks and the libraries are specialized in one type of implementation, or they target one specific problem or maybe few specific problems, but then there is another one which takes care of some other stuff. Like if I talk about Angular and React, React seems to be the best option for taking care of views. Am I right? The component code which I put, I can redesign it to have only the view controlling logic, the UI layer logic only, instead of doing the data binding and all. For that, I can make it connected to the Angular components, where Angular may bring in its MV star architecture. The model, the controller will be provided by the Angular, and the view will be injected as a React view. Don't you think This is going to be an interesting combination. I can make the best out of the two worlds, right? As both of them have their own benefits. We spoke about the complex interdependencies. Those can be taken care of by Angular. But the view rendering probably is simpler in React. So can't I plug in the React view inside Angular itself? If that happens, or if that becomes possible, don't you think that will be really, really good option for me? It is, because React at the end, once again, is just a UI library. And it can qualify easily as a view which can be plugged into Angular application as well, right? As of now, Angular application uses only HTML templates driven by some CSS files. Why I cannot have a React based view implemented there? I can. I will be taking full advantage of Angular for complex stuff and the simpler features of React for rendering. With React taking over rendering, the benefits of virtual DOM I'll be able to use within Angular application as well, because the view will be processed by React only, not by Angular. Angular will just ask React that, okay, you take care of rendering. And React says, okay, I'll do that with my virtual DOM model. Make sense or not? This all is doable with the concept of combining both of them with the help of some reusable components that can be plugged into the application anywhere. Ultimately, that leverages a very, very sturdy framework. Understand? Creation of services, directives, controllers is pretty straightforward with Angular. With MV star architecture, let's focus on MVC out of it. And then to take care of views, maybe the React is the best choice. Just imagine the VS Code itself. We spoke that Angular is the best option for it. But then rendering, if is delayed, it will not give me the smooth experience like what I'm getting here, like a native application. If I'm looking for this native application experience that is smooth as this native application, then React probably has to come in somewhere. Yes, that becomes our first use case. I spoke about dynamics also, but see, dynamics is just not about the UIs. At times there are complex reports also. If I'm looking for some customized plugins to be created for Dynamics or Office 365, for that I can use Angular as the base, and for rendering I can once again get back to React. Yes or no? Yes.
A second.
Now, here we need to see exactly how we need to set up this environment, right? So it all starts with creating an Angular application first of all. So probably within Visual Studio Code, you can just say close folder so that your existing project gets closed. In fact, you can close VS Code also. There is an easy way which I'm going to show you to open VS Code with the current folder opened into it directly. So you can close VS Code, no problem. Here on command line, the server which was running for your previous application can be stopped with Control C and then press yes. I mean Y. Press enter. And then with cd dot dot you come out of your project folder. Done.
Yes, Saket.
We need to set up the Angular application here. So how we create the new Angular application? ng new, the name of the application. Can I call this as ng react combo app? Seems good for our understanding, right? Enter. For now, I'm not going to use routing in this. I'm going to build a simple application here. So I
Saket,
just
you are
press
not
N.
sharing. Hey, Saket, you're not
Oh
sharing
yeah, I
your
got the error, I guess. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. So ng new ng combo app. Make sure you are not within the scope of any project directory. It should be the root directory where your projects are created. Press enter. As I said, I'm not going to use routing in this case. It's a simple application which I'm looking to build. So I press N and then press enter. Style sheet type, I'm going with CSS. I press enter. ng app usually takes some time as there are many node modules which gets downloaded. So let it complete.
Saket,
Yes,
by mistake I selected Angular routing as S. Is it fine or should I?
that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, ready, yeah, fine.
If you have selected, that's okay. It will be just additional library getting loaded. It won't make any difference.
Yeah, sure.
Anyhow, if you are not using routing anywhere, it is just the node module package which is going to be added. It's done. Once it is done, just get into the directory. By saying cd space the name of the project ng-react-combo-app. I am into it. So once all of you confirm that the project is created and you are in the directory, we'll then see the next step.
Done, Saket.
Everybody?
No, Saket.
Yeah, so just raise hands, those who are done, so that I can keep track easily. Okay, so I see 4 people are done. The other 4 still waiting for your confirmation. Deepika, Muskan, Akhil, and Kshitija. This will go very slow because here the steps are pretty important. More than writing the code, how we set up the project is what is more important here. Because how to code for Angular, how to code for React, we have already seen individually, right? And how to set those projects individually, that also we know. The special case here is we are looking for a combination. So that's where the steps are very, very important.
Done, Saket.
Okay, so waiting for Muskan and Kshitija. Muskan, Kshitija, are you there? Please confirm if it has been set up for you. Yeah, so Kshitija, you only are pending. Kshitija, waiting for confirmation from you.
Saket, Kshitija told that she's having some network issues.
Okay, okay. So maybe then we can proceed. Yeah, there comes the confirmation. So just lower your hands quickly. All are in the same project directory, right? Here, there are few other things which I need to do before I open the VS Code. What we are looking for, what is our target here? This is an Angular app within which I'm going to have my React components also created, right? So I have to add the React dependencies here. For that, go ahead and use npm install command, npm install or npm I. What I'm looking to install is React. Enter. Next, I want to install another library for React, that is React DOM. So proceed with the next command, npm I or install React dash DOM. Done. Then we install the development support for the React things also. So there are two more packages which are required for development time. So npm I once again or install -d for development support packages, followed by the name of the package at React. And then npm I -d at types / react dash DOM. So once we are done with this, our Angular application actually does host React into it. You get it? Let's say open this project in VS Code. So just type code space dot. Code is for VS Code, dot is the current folder. Press enter. Your VS Code automatically should get opened with the current folder. Opened into it directly. Right? This is your app. This is your typical Angular stuff where you do have index.html. You have main.ts. This is like index.ts basically. Then you have app component, HTML, CSS, spec for testing, the component code itself, and then the module configuration. Yes, typical Angular application only. For now, there is nothing for React except the modules being added for React here. There is nothing for React in the generated code. First thing you should do is go to appcomponent.html, select all the code and delete it and save. And on the command line, you say ng serve.
Saket, can you repeat what after opening Visual Studio?
Once you open the VS Code, the first thing we did was just go to app component HTML, delete all the code within it, save it, and after that on the command line, go with the command ng space serve, so that whatever is there is compiled and the server starts, dev server. And copy this URL, open the browser, paste the URL here. It should be a blank page for now because app component is empty, right?
Yeah, Saket, thank you.
Done till here, everybody? Here I'm going to create my first component, which will be a proper React component. So I'm not going to use that ng generate command. Just like how we create components in React, I'm going to do it here. Directly right click on the app folder, select new folder. It's always better to keep components separate, right? I named this precisely as React components for clear separation, that the components in this folder are all React components. Right? Where I added this folder? In app. App is there in SRC, right? Right click on this React components folder and say new file. Name it as demo React component.tsx. React, what we have seen so far, used JavaScript language, hence the file extensions were either .js or JSX. The same thing with TypeScript, requires .ts or tsx extensions, where tsx is JSX equivalent for TypeScript, which allows TypeScript and HTML code to reside in one place in a combined way. So create this file. Ensure the path here, src app react components demo react component.tsx. Done. Couple of import statements. I'll say import all as React. The alias I'm giving as React. React. Then I say import from React once again, but this time I'm looking to use state management. So I say use state. Local state management only. Instead of creating the state property, now as I'm going to use the function components, state property is creatable when you are going with class components. If you are using function components, properties will not be available. You have to make use of certain features called as hooks here. So I use state hook. Then I create my component. Demo React component equal to, as a function component I'm going to create. So I say equal to a function that doesn't take in any parameter. Arrow and the function body. There I define the state property as const text, and to set the value of this or change the value of this, I have a method called as set text, which will be backed by the hook called as useState. Herein, I give the initial value for the text property is sample. Yes. Then I have the return statement, which is equivalent of render function returning something. So I say return parenthesis. Returning is some HTML that shows me the current value of the text, which I have line break couple of times. And at the end of the file, I have to get this component exported. Class component, we say export class in the class declaration itself. If it is a function component, I have to do it this way. At the end of the file, I say export default demo React component. Done. Is it done? If yes, you can see there is an error being displayed here. It says cannot use JSX unless the JSX flag is provided. Some TypeScript issue is there, right? TypeScript JSX integration or simply TSX integration is not supported as of now. So for that, go to the Explorer view and there open the file tsconfig.json. Under compiler options, just before base URL, add the flag JSX. Is the value and save. Don't forget to put comma at the end, otherwise it will be a syntax error. Once you do this and come back to your TSX component, the error is gone. And on compiler also you can see there is no problem reported as such. Yes. Yes.
Yes, Saket.
All working now, right? There is no issue absolutely. I want this component to be integrated on my Angular app. Where should I do that? Open app component.html. This is what is set as your template URL here, right? So open app component.html. Create an element here. Give ID equal to then go to app component.ts. And here we need to add some of the components that need to be inherited or imported. Apart from component, I want after view init to be imported. On changes, on display, and simple changes. All being imported from Angular core. Then next I say import all as React. React will be the alias for all the components. As a namespace, you can say from React. Same way, import that is all as React DOM from React hyphen DOM, and then your own component. My React, it's demo React component from /React component / demo React component. And just have a look that there should be no compiler error here. Right? The final one says compiled successfully. Just get all import statements configured quickly. Is it done?
Yes, Saket.
Next, in your app component class, which is Angular component, after title, just have a private member put equals to root. This value has to be exactly same what you have given here in the div ID. Clear? Then implement some interfaces on this class. So we say implements comma on destroy comma after Init. These are all interfaces, which means their members must be implemented by this component. Here I say ng on changes, wherein I just say this dot render. Method render is not yet created, that's why giving error. So just ignore that for now. Then I say ng any destruction logic will go here, and then I say ng after view init. Whenever view is initialized, then also I want this dot render to be called. Done. What is the dependency here? The render method. So let's say the private method render, where I use React DOM dot render method within which I say React dot create element component I want to create. So it's demo React component, comma, where it needs to be injected. So I say element by ID. So technically, get element by ID root, which is this. Save. And see the compiler. Yes.
Saket, I'm getting error on render. I'm not sure. Okay, render max function. Okay, I have not
You have
created.
to create that function, yes.
Yeah.
We created it later, no?
I think I missed that. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
doing right
just
now.
create it. Just create it.
Saket,
Yes.
I'm getting error near React to DOM in the import statement. And I installed that React DOM also.
Just check the case there.
Yeah, I checked it's there.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah. Can you able to see it?
Yeah, just give me a minute. Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm getting error. Yeah.
Okay. Can you go to command line? Looks like React DOM somehow is not installed properly, or you may have missed the development version of it. So can you go to package.json file?
Mm-hmm.
Go to dev dependencies.
Okay.
Yes, see, in dev dependencies, you have missed React DOM. After line 33, click at the end of line 33.
Okay.
Press enter. Double quotes. Within double quotes, put @types /react DOM colon double quotes caret 18.0.5 caret symbol 18.0.5 comma. Save. Go to command line. Stop your server and issue the command npm I.
Yeah, now done.
Yes, working. Now you can
Yes.
say ng serve also, and that should be all. We are running in dev environment, no? So the dependencies are supposed to be from dev environment as well. Understood?
Yes, Saket.
The other one will work in the production environment.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Let me share my screen. So I hope till here there is no problem. Everyone done? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Saket.
We have injected our React component in Angular application now, correct? And the output you can see like this. Sample text, the initial value for the state property that we have given. I want to add some more functionality to this just to get the feel that we are actually doing some business application stuff also. So let's say add a button component. Go to the tsx file, demo react component.tsx. Add a button with the text as change text. And then immediately in the browser, you should be able to see this. It's not doing anything because we haven't created any event handler for this, right? So for that, here I say const click equal to parenthesis arrow function. Here I call the method set text. This is the method we have given here, right? Text is button was clicked. So practically I can have any code running here, right? How do I bind this? Simply for button, I have to say on click equals to this dot. Directly I can say click it's a function component, so this won't work. Done. Save this. See, there is no compilation error. Click on change text button here in the browser and you see it's changed. So it's working. Yes.
Yes, Saket, it's working.
So if you know React, it's just about using that React knowledge over here, right? If you know Angular, again, the Angular features you can use here. In TSX, this is all React. You can inject the Angular features and use them as well. Right? Useful or not? Okay, so time for lunch break. We'll be resuming at 2, and there we will be forming the teams for the case study, and we will be discussing the case study as well. Okay. So just one help I need. You might have received an invite, right? All 10 people must be there into it. So can you share the names and the email IDs of all 10 participants with me? That email itself you can forward by removing all the other text. I just need the email IDs and names.
Okay, he needs that invite we got right.
Yeah, so Sai, you are doing that for me, right?
Yeah, I'll do that, Saket.
And you have my mail ID as well. Yes?
No, I don't have your mail ID, Saket.
Okay, I'll just put it in the chat box.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
There it is. So you can forward the mail to me. I believe that invite must have the names and email IDs already, right?
Yes.
So if any extra names or email IDs are there, once we connect, we will just discuss which one are extra. 8 people I can see here itself, 2 people are not here. So probably you know who 2 are not here, right? Rest all the names will drop and we'll form 2 teams here. Okay?
Yeah, sure, Saket.
So we'll resume at 2 p.m.